All right, welcome to the December 3rd, 2021 Club Cubase live stream. I'm going to do a quick audio test and then we'll go ahead and get started. Bear with me just for a moment. All right, welcome to the December. Okay, sounds like it's coming through fine on my monitoring computer. My name is Greg Undo. I'll be the host for the live stream today. I'm presenting from outside of Washington, D.C. area in Alexandria, Virginia. I work as a product specialist for Yamaha Corporation of America, which is the U.S. Steinberg distributor, kind of focusing primarily as a product specialist for Steinberg products here in the United States. If you have not attended a live stream before, how it works is you can submit questions in advance to clubcubase@steinberg.de, or you could simply ask them in the live chat field if you're watching this live. If you are watching the live stream live, please feel free to introduce yourself and tell us where you're from. A couple of things when asking questions, if we could try to indicate which level of Cubase, whether it's Cubase LE, Elements, AI, Artist, or Pro, which operating system you're running, and which version, whether it's version 10 or 10.5 or 11. That information is often helpful. My ability to answer questions in real time is already diminished. So if you don't get an immediate response to your question, if we could try to refrain from asking the same question repeatedly, that just kind of slows down the whole process. That would be appreciated. I just want to give special thanks to a couple people. So we have two people that serve as moderators. We have Jazz Dude and Agent K, and they do this. They're not Steinberg employees, but they kind of do this out of the kindness to the community, kind of making sure everything is in the chat field that's ahead of me is going well, and keep out any riffraff if necessary. And they're also supply very useful information. Jazz Dude is also involved with the Cubase Nation Discord, which is a wonderful resource of information for the Steinberg community. So make sure you check that out as well. We should have all of the topics covered in today's live stream pinned to the top of the comments field. So we usually do about 100-ish questions per session. So, and there will be timestamps. So if you wanted to jump to a particular question, you could do that. And if you wanted to search for topics that have been covered in previous live streams, you can go to cubaseindex.com, and Jan from Stockholm is kind enough to compile that for us. So, all right, with all that, let's go ahead and jump in and get started. It was great to see everyone before we get started again. Just wonderful to see everyone on the Zoom meetup on Tuesday. And I want to give a special thanks to Mark Roos for sharing his productions and insights. It's always inspiring to watch Mark. All right, so with that, we'll go ahead and get started. All right, so question, is there any way we can control the routing of the Audition output to a specific hardware output using an Apollo Twin? The headphone output has to be set on Q, not mix for my setup. Audition routing is only through to main monitors. Please, can we have flexibility for this in a future update? So if you want it to have, so you could have kind of the Audition set up, going to any output that you want. So, just by defining it in the control room. So if you wanted to have the outputs there and have the control room go to different outputs, you could do that. You could also add, if you right click, you can add a phones channel. So, and then once you add a phones channel, that could be directed to other outputs. And as we work on this, there's a preference where if you go to your preferences under VST to control room, you could say use phones channel as preview channel. So anytime that you're doing previewing or auditioning, it will go through the phones channel of where that's being routed to. So check those particular preferences and see if that I think that would help you in your scenario. So All right. All right, so we just see, is there a way to glide and slide 808s in Cubase? So you could do this pretty easily using the sampler track. So let me see if I have, we'll come over here to the sampler track. So let's say if I have this, so once we have like, you know, kind of an 808-ish type of sample, you know, we could choose to play it in chords, but if we put it into monophonic mode, we could come right over here, and then as we have this placed into monophonic mode, you could adjust kind of the glide time directly here. So if I hold down the first note, we could have that kind of, if I wanted to glide up longer, or you could do stuff like that as well. And one of the things that's also unique is this little mode called legato mode. So if I hold it down, I could actually, at this point, you know, with this turned off, when I hit the second note, so I'm going to hold the first note down and hit the second note, that you notice that it plays the sample from the beginning of the sample. As soon as I let go of a note, but if I have this on, I could have the sample continue to play through and change its pitch using the MIDI keyboard. So I can just do like different effects like this, different glides. So those are great ways to do kind of 808 glides, to just drop it right into the sampler track. And you can do that with any loop and just say, okay, I want to take this and create sampler track. Just right click, and then you could create the sampler track right from there. So give that a shot. All right, so we see hi from rainy Belgium. Would love to know if there's a way to create a macro or shortcut to select a track by number. Example, select the third track from the top. So if I think that there's a, so let's say if I wanted to select the third track from the top, I think that there is a key command that we could do. Let me just search for the key command. I think. Okay, so we see if we hit the home key. Okay, so let's say if I have like this setup, I'm going to make a macro. So let's say if I'm on this track and I want it to go to the top and then down 3. So we could come over here. Let's make a macro. So let's go to key commands. And we could just say, we're going to make a new macro. And if you don't see the macros, click on show macros from the key command. So we'll just say 3 down from top. Okay, so I just want it to come over here to navigate, and we'll say top. And I will add this particular command, and then I think we could just go to down, and then we could add this 3 times. Let's say if we want that. So now let's say on this particular track, we execute this macro. We'll say 3 down from top, that we could just have that particular function done like that. So so with that particular scenario, you could just make a macro and under key commands. And then if you wanted to modify it, you can. So let's say I just wanted to remove that particular function. So I just said navigate top and navigate down, down. So whatever track I'm on now, I could make a macro. And of course I could create a keyboard shortcut to trigger the macro. So I'll just go to edit to macros to 3 down from top, and then we could do it just like that. All right. All right, so we have Matthew Elston checking in from London, just wishing everyone well. And so thanks for that. Great to have you on the live stream. All right, we see snow in Finland from Uno Momento. We have David Griffiths. All right. All right, so we have Jan from Stockholm. We have Thermonuclear War from Serbia. All right, so we have a question. Hello from Philadelphia. Is there a way to swap the starting position of 2 selected events on a track? So let's say if I want it, let's say if I have this kind of set up, let me just make this 2 different events so it'll be a little more obvious. And I'll just colorize one of the events here. Make it. Okay, so if I wanted to kind of swap the position of this, if we switch our grid mode here to shuffle, you could just kind of move that around, and then those events would be just kind of switched just like that. So we could switch events. So that's something that you could probably just do very easily. So once you kind of get it over here, then those 2 events will switch positions. So try changing your grid mode to shuffle, and then as you move one event over the other, they'll just kind of swap positions. So let me know if that is what you want to do. All right, so we see Cedric checking in from India. We know it's very late, and we have Robbie Bowling from Dallas, and we see Jazz Dude, of course, from Germany. All right, so we see, hey, Greg, is it possible to export group channels with effects on the master bus? I want stems from the groups that are mastered and do not know how to export them. All right, so let's take a look. I'll do just this project here quickly, and I will group, let's say on, I have a group channel of all of my drums. So I will come here, let's add a group channel to all of my drums. Okay, so now all my drums are going here. And let's say at this point I wanted to have, we'll put something obnoxious like a flanger on our master bus. So now as we play, so we want to export the group with the master effects. So if we just wanted to, you know, come over here, we could just say when we do our file and we go to export audio mixdown, we could click on multiple and we'll say our group channel. And then within our group channel, we wanted to include under effects, we could choose to include the master groups, the master effects to groups and ascends. So I'll just do just a small portion of this. Okay, that should be fine. Just make sure I don't export a 20-minute project here. All right, and I'll just have this automatically put it directly into, we'll have it create an audio track. All right, so again, we'll do our group with our effects. So at this point, I'll just say export audio. And now we could listen to, I think this will, so that's just a drum group going through the flanger that was placed on the master bus. So that's how you can do it. So once again, come over here to File, to Export Audio Mixdown, and choose the group. You could click on multiple, choose the group, and then choose to master this option here under Effects. And then that will do the trick for you. All right, and we have Soren in Sweden. All right, we have John Tobin. We have the Cube from Melbourne, Florida. Thanks for joining. And we have Mikkel from Quebec. Okay. All right, and we have Jason Sykes checking in from South Shields, England. Tim Weinheimer just joining us for the hangout that we had. So on Tuesday, thanks for being a part of it. And we have Bart checking in, John Costigan. So we see a question from Stella Studio. Hi, how can I get the latest version of Cubase? Is it possible to install it on my Mac? Does it require a lot of space? So, you know, Cubase itself isn't a very huge program. You know, you can install a lot of instruments and sound sets that could increase. So I think it could be like a total of like 20-ish, like 20 or 30 gigabytes of content, but the main program I think is under a gigabyte. You could run it on your Mac. So if you purchase it from a dealer or from the Steinberg online shop, you get a digital access code. And at that point, you could go to get the Steinberg download assistant, and you'll get instructions in your email with this. And depending if you're running Cubase Artist or Pro, you would need a USB-E licenser currently. And then when you go to Cubase, you could just come right over here. You'll see Cubase Pro. So once you enter in your download access code, it will take you here. So the main Cubase application is 619 megabytes. So it's pretty small. And then you could choose to install all of the other components that are available within your license. So you can pick and choose which of these that you want to install or to install all of them. We're sorry to hear that Soren had a water leak in his apartment. Sorry about that. Imagine that's nightmarish. I came home from a NAMM show and had my pipes freeze where the power went out and then my pipes froze and came back and there's half an inch of water in my basement. So that was a fun thing to come home to. All right, so we just have a question. Says, hello, Greg. When follow a chord track is set to root notes, the mode the documentation states into root notes mode, the documentation states it should transpose MIDI notes to match the root note of the chord event. However, it has not worked for me. Okay, so let me just do a new project quickly. Okay, so I'll start with a chord track, and then we'll add an instrument track. Okay, so I will just go ahead and do a quick step entry here. So say I'll do whole notes, step entry. Let me just do it all the same pitch. Okay, so we have a bunch of C notes, and I will come over here, and we're going to go to our chord track here, and we'll say we're going to follow this to root notes. So as you see that as I'm entering in the root notes here, or entering in the chords, that the parts are going directly following the chords that I'm entering in. So it seems like that's working for me, but let me know if you're doing something differently. And sometimes when we, like that little dialog box that came up, you know, so let's say if I wanted this, so as we choose, let's say root notes, you may kind of get here. So I just said synchronize track data with chord track first, and that seemed to kind of work as expected. So let me know if that's what you have in that little dialog box, because that may affect some of the settings with that particular function. All right, so we see Nick is saying Tuesday was awesome. Mark Roos was awesome. So yeah, I did another like a webinar thing with Mark yesterday for another company. So it was a lot of fun. But yeah, Mark is very inspiring. All right, so we just see from Soren says, I hope that my question about MIDI overlap is answered today. So yeah, I'm sorry I didn't get to it last week. So Soren had to ask a question about MIDI overlap. So let's say if I had two different events here. All right, so his question was like kind of just trying to understand the overlap setting. So let's say if I come here and I have one note here, let's say I duplicate this particular track. All right, and in this one, I want it to, we'll just have different pitches. Okay, so let's say I have these two events. So we have two different parts. Okay. Okay, so we have one part will be this voice here. And I'll just mute the chord track. Sorry. And let's say we have this event going on. Okay, so Soren's question was, when we take these two over, which one kind of has priority? So, with audio, when you drag one on top, you're going to hear one of the events. With MIDI, we could have, because it's going to play one audio event at a time. But with MIDI, these multiple parts can be played together so that these two could overlap. So imagine if you had like kick, snare, hi-hat, toms, cymbals, all on different tracks, and you drag them all on top of each other. At that point, they would still all play. So it's kind of playing multiple parts at the same time. But then you could choose to override and say, okay, we just want it to hear this, or we want to hear the other part. But by default, it'll kind of go into where both events can play at the same time, because many people want to have multiple MIDI events sound at the same time. So the MIDI behavior will be different than the audio behavior when you have events that are on top of each other for MIDI parts. Okay, so we have MCM Music UK. Just it says I'm Murray from based in Leeds, England, UK, using Cubase 11. Happy to report it's working great on my MacBook M1 Pro and Rosetta. So it's great. We usually get that question once or twice a Hangout. All right, John Koskinen saying thanks for the great Zoom meeting, Greg. So I think Mark had more to do with it than me, but we're glad that Mark was. Glad Mark was able to join us. And we see nice comments from Jan as well. All right, so we see, hi Greg, thanks for this live stream. Is there a way to create the chord grid track, a picture of the guitar neck in the project window sequencer? Switching to score editor is cumbersome. So currently the chords are just going to be indicated by the chords themselves on the chord track. So there isn't necessarily a way to see like the chord diagrams for guitars on the project window without having to go into the score editor. So, and this way, this is applicable kind of for all musicians, and a lot of people do tracking where they just have the chord track kind of laid out horizontally, but there isn't a way to have this automatically set to different guitar chord diagrams. All right, so we have a question from Peter. I have a question concerning the Zoom sessions. Will they be adhering to a certain scheduling pattern? So what we decided to do, we kind of started with a kind of a Christmas, hey, let's all meet each other. And then, so what we do is the last live stream of the month. And sometimes, it may fall on a Tuesday, like this past week, or like this week. But it's usually the last live stream of the month. We do kind of a Zoom meetup. So I'll have to look at the calendar, but we may do it like the last one before Christmas, unless it's Christmas Eve or something like that. But it's usually the last live stream of the month, and I'll figure out the scheduling for December, because I need to take a little bit of time off for myself. So, but generally it's the last live stream of the month, whether it's a Tuesday or a Friday. All right. So we see, hey, Greg, can I take an audio tone and take in sampler and build MIDI tones? So I used a bass sound on the audio track and build different tones. Yeah. So a lot of times what you could do is, I'll just jump back to, like, we'll find a long bass note here in this project. So let's say, okay, right here where the bass kind of kicks in, I want, and I'll just do a quick vary audio so we can know what the pitch is. Okay, so let's say, just find a, so let's say we want to take this particular note. All right, and we look at this note here in the vary audio. You can see this is going to be an A flat. Okay, so we'll say this is going to be A flat 0, and I just want to so let's say I just want to take this particular note, and I'm just going to cut it. All right, and I will go to my audio. I'll just bounce selection. I could replace the event. And now what I want to do is just go to my sampler control, drag it in. We'll say, okay, our root key will be A flat. And now at this point I can you could play it directly from MIDI just like that and save it as a track preset and call it up in other projects. So let me know if that makes sense, if you wanted to kind of build different tones, and then you could, you know, run this through different filters if you wanted to as well to kind of do. So, but that's how easy. So if you have, like, a lot of times, you know, and drummers are great, you know, for doing sound checks for so many years. Okay, just hit your kick drum, you know, play a long note, play a short note on bass, you know, and then you could just take that as your even checking levels and sample people quickly and easily. So let me know if that works for you, Benny. All right, so we have Tiago checking in from Brazil. And Benny's using Nuendo 10. Okay, so we have a question. How can I name a track before adding it? So when we go to, like, let's say we go to the add track dialog. So let's say if I wanted to come here to the audio, we could just enter a name here. So at this point, we could just say, you know, name track first. And then as we added the track, we could just, so when you come over here to the add track, you know, you'll see a name, and then you could just add the track name before. If you find yourself, one other tip, if you find yourself, like, you know, having to rename a bunch of tracks, if you double click, you could type in names and hit the tab key, and that will take you to the next track, and you could just kind of type in names very quickly just by hitting the tab key once the naming field is active. And then you could, so if you have like a big track list for like a live recording, you could just kind of type those in, hit tab, and that will go to the next track. And you could easily kind of rename tracks afterwards. But just do it from the add tracks dialog box, and you could just do that directly from here. And I think If we wanted to just hit the letter T, you could get the add track dialog box, and that's where you can name it before the track is added. Okay, so you see I misread that question, so let me see. Is there a way to colorize the track before adding it instead of naming it? So there is preference. So if we come over here, let's say I'll do a new project. So you can't necessarily, you can set, there's some preferences for this. So let's say if I want it to come here to the preferences, and if we go to user interface, and then we'll say track and mix console channel colors. So here we could actually say you could use a default color or use previous track color or use previous track color +1. So if I wanted to, or use the last applied color. So let's say, like a lot of times I'll do use previous track color +1, and then we'll hit apply. And then as I go to add an audio track, I'll add multiple tracks here. They'll all be colorized kind of before they're added. So, so you could set kind of a default color and set it like that. And you could also do stuff in the project logical editor where you can say, you know, if track name, you know, say, you know, name contains, you know, bass. You can set color, set to fixed value, and just say, okay, so you could set up, okay, drums, vocals. You could set up like different project logical editor conventions as well so that you could do it quickly after the fact. So, but try that preference. Sorry for misreading the question. So we see a question. Hi, I was wondering about if Cubase has an ARP plugin that could be unlinked from the host BPM and therefore have its rate be freely and smoothly automated. All right. Okay, so I think most of it will synchronize. Yeah, so by default, these will synchronize. Will synchronize to the actual timelines. I don't know a way of using any of the built-in to have that automatically not synchronized to the timeline. All right, we see Sable Winters on the live stream. It's great to see you on the Zoom meetup. And we have Michael Pierce joining us. It's great to see you on the live stream as well. Sorry I didn't get the chance to talk to more people on the live stream. I usually look forward to that. All right, and we have Theodore from London. All right, so we see, hello, Greg. Sorry to be a bit off topic, but is there a feature comparison list for WaveLab versus WaveLab Elements? Can find anything at all on a website? So let's take a look on the website. So, I think it's going to be, let's see if, I'm not sure. Let's see if Elements is doing, so it's doing I think that there are, more, I know there's more capabilities with the master rig and restore rig, and usually more channels. I haven't played around so much with the Elements 11, but let's see if there's, yeah, I can see where there isn't necessarily, like in Cubase, we have kind of a pretty detailed comparison. So I could see if I could develop a list if you want to email me at clubcubase@steinberg.de, and I can see if we can get that kind of sorted out so we get you more accurate information. All right, so we have Peter from Montreal joining us. Okay, so we have a question. Is there a way to color a track and have them automatically go to a folder of the same color? So let's say if I wanted to colorize these tracks. Okay, so let's say if I now colorize tracks, and if we put these into a new folder, so you could probably do some of it with the logical editor like we showed before, but let's say if I come here, and let's say if I just wanted to move selected tracks to new folder, all right, let's see if we can make this into maybe a macro. Okay, so once again, we'll show macros. We'll go to new. And let's see if we could. Okay, so we'll navigate add up. All right, and then let's make a logical editor, a project logical editor preset. we'll say, we want to say this is property, we'll say container type is equal to folder track, and container type is equal to track. And we'll say the property is that they are selected. And now we want to set color. Okay, and we'll save this as a preset. Okay, I'll just see if that. Let's see if we get this to work. Come back here to my macro. Okay, so we want to now come over here and let's add our project logical editor preset under process. So we'll say right, so see if this macro works. If not, I could tweak it over the weekend here. All right. Let's see. I'll see if I could spend just a couple seconds on it. Okay, so I think this will work. So I just went to container type is equal to folder track, or container type is equal to track, and they're selected, and we'll set this to a particular color. Okay, so I will undo that, and I'll just modify my macro here under key commands. Okay, so we'll just come right over here to process project logical editor presets, and okay, so now let's see if we can get these all to the same. All right, so add to folder and colorize, boom. So there, so you can just kind of do those things, and just for that project logical editor preset, once again is, we want to say transform, container type is equal to folder track, or container type is equal to a track, and the property is set to event is selected, and we could set the color. So that way we could add the folder track and colorize the existing tracks and the folder tracks all to the same color. All right, so we have a question. Is it possible to export, save a WAV file from the sampler track that is set to continuous with its loop points saved into the WAV? So the sampler track will have the loop points set. So if I wanted to come here, so, here we could kind of set like, the beginning and ending of so we could say, okay, we just wanted our sample to start here and we wanted this, to go. But, when we save the sampler track, it's going to be looped within the sampler track, but the audio file itself won't necessarily carry the loops over. The loops are only going to be read specifically by, so just, specifically by the sampler track and not natively in the program. All right, so I just see I think this is with our question about swapping two parts. What if they are not next to each other? That does not help. So sorry if I misunderstood. Let me just jump back. I believe if this is with the question previously. Sometimes the time I read it again, it's kind of out of context, but I think. All right, so say I have this event, this. All right, so say if I just do a shuffle here, let's make these all different colors so that we could. Okay, so if I swap. So, it will kind of do that. You could probably do stuff, I could play with it some more, maybe kind of an involved macro where we could say, go to this position, copy or cut, paste, and select kind of different events. But, but if I wanted to just kind of swap, let's say we'll make this blue. Sorry, just make one of them blue. That as we, even if they're not next to each other, that the red will still be intact. But sometimes you may just have to physically move the events. But if you want to send me a more detailed scenario to Club Cubase at steinberg.de, we could do that. All right, so we have Luca checking in, saying hello to everyone. And Luca's from Germany. All right, we have Guillermo. I think it's Guame is watching from France in his Tesla. Now you're just bragging now. All right. We're glad that you could do that. All right, so we have a question. I cannot find in Mixdown in Nuendo 10 to mix down to different formats like Wave, MP3, etc. Maybe just go in Cubase Pro. So if you wanted to do mixing down, like to set up, the job queues functionality, where if we come over here and do our export audio mix down, we could do one format at a time in Nuendo 10. Nuendo 11 added kind of the job queues. And what the queues would allow us to do is, we could open up our queues here. We could say, okay, I wanted to export my mix as a WAV file. And then I would click to add to queue. And then I wanted this as a MP3 file, add to queue. And then I wanted this to be a FLAC file at, 16-bit, add to queue. So version 11 added the queues where you could have kind of multiple formats exported. In Nuendo 10 and earlier, you would need to do it one by one. So, consider updating to Nuendo 11. I think it's on sale now with the Cyber Weeks promotion. All right, so we have Millard Brown checking in. Great to see you. Thanks for being a part of the community. All right, so I just see a question. Will I be able to avail Cubase 12 through a Sweetwater purchase of Cubase 11? So if you purchase Cubase 11 now and activated the license after November 10th of this year, then you would be automatically enrolled, or you're eligible for the grace period update to Cubase 12 at no charge. All right, so we see, can Cubase Pro be moved off a Windows platform, erased, then installed on the Mac platform? So with Cubase, it's basically, once you have a Cubase license, you could install it on, like I have it on my Mac and my PC and whatever my USB-E licenser is connected to. I don't have to erase it. It's just going to be stored on the USB-E licenser, and then you could just, whatever computer that USB-E licenser is connected to, it will automatically work for you, so you don't have to migrate the Windows installation to the Mac platform or vice versa. All right, so we have a question. Should my monitors be set at half volume or full volume while using volume on DAW? So I would make sure that it's a comfortable listening volume, like if you're using something, either like that when your master fader as at 0 dB or your control room is at 0 dB, that is, for gain structure, make sure that you have that set kind of accordingly here, and then adjust kind of the volume on the monitors themselves, because that will kind of give you more accurate gain structure. So, at that point, sometimes people will, crank their monitors all the way up and, it's too loud. And then as they're mixing, they have to adjust their gain, which affects the mix here. So I would set kind of even just like, play a reference track, played it like 0, set the master fader or the control room to 0 dB, and make sure that that's a comfortable listening level for wherever the volume is set on your monitors. So that way the gain structure of your mix will translate. I believe that will translate better for you. All right, so we see, hey Greg, is there any way to delete a measure in the score editor? I've been playing with it and I have a rogue extra measure that inserts an unwanted pause in the proceedings. Okay, so let's say if I'm here, I'm looking at the score editor. All right, so I'm going to just look at this in page mode and just set this to split staff. Okay, so let's say I just wanted to delete this measure. So I think most of those types of edits may not be done in the score editor, but done more in the on the project window. Let me just see if there's. Yeah, because we could delete. So if we just delete the selected events, so let's say if we're here, because I think the score, it's thinking of the score as like it's showing whatever is represented in time on the main project window. Let me just see if there's. Yeah, so I think you would need to maybe just come here and, if we grab like the range selection tool and then just do kind of, and just kind of get rid of that particular measure just by, so if we just wanted to come here, say, okay, I just wanted to get rid of this measure from the range tool. And then when we say from the range, we could just do a cut time, that would move the other event over. So now when we go to look in the score editor, that it would not have measure 9 would be different than kind of what we had shown before. So I think you need to do it more on kind of the global, because it's not necessarily deleting, it's kind of showing more what's in the timeline at that particular moment. So, but I'll see if there's any other clever workarounds for that. If you want to email me, I could check over the weekend. Okay, so we have a question from Soren in the Steinberg download assistant. There's a section called My Products. Why doesn't it show all the products owned? My WaveLab Elements just bought is not on the list. Does it only show Pro? So, it could depend. I'm not sure if you installed it from, if you entered in the activation code. So let's say if we come over here to the Steinberg download assistant, some people will just install it without, download it and activate the license. But I think, and I could be mistaken, I haven't experimented with this, but I think if you entered the download access code here, that at that point it would show it under My Products. So it might have to have the download access code entered there as opposed to doing it from your My Steinberg, and that may be the reason. I could see if I could get a code to burn from someone in Germany to test. But I think if you could let us know, Soren, if that's how you did it. Okay, so we just see a question. I saw a guy who moved all the tracks in the project without marking them and move the mouse left or right. What is the shortcut for it? Okay, so let's just jump to another project here where we can show this maybe a little better. All right, so if all of the projects, you know, if everything is in a folder track, sometimes you could move, you can move a folder track in all of the events. Can be moved within the folder. So it could be that, you know, I'm not sure if they were all selected or if, you know, maybe it was the range tool that was used. And if I wanted to even like come over here to like a marker, let's say if I have marker tracks set up, you could double click between marker tracks if it's not in a divide track list. So move my marker track up to the top here just to show this. So if you have the range selected globally, you could use the range tool. So once you just kind of, you know, if you have like the left and right locators, you could just double click with the range tool and then be able to move the range. So maybe the person you saw did something like that. So let me know if that makes sense. All right, so we have a question. From time to time, when I cut an event on pause, the view jumps someplace else, left or right, and I have to scroll back to the cut. Any idea what might cause this? Can't reproduce yet. Okay, so sometimes it could be, let's say if we have several events going on here. All right, so say if it could be maybe like this mode set up in transport, use video files edit mode. So let's say if I split an event, so when I cut an event on pause, the view just jumps someplace else, left or right. And I have to scroll back to the cut. So let me just zoom in more. So let's say if I'm let me just see if it mentions the scissors tool. Okay, so I'm not sure if you're cutting with the scissors tool or if it's like, let's say if I'm here and I select. So, you know, so let's say if I cut an event and let's say if it's deleted. So I'm not sure if you're cutting with the scissors and erasing. But if you cut an event here and then hit delete while the transport use video files edit mode is active, so let's say I hit delete, then my cursor could kind of jump off screen like you mentioned. So check your transport and try to see if the behavior changes if this function isn't checked. All right, wonderful to see Gareth on the live stream. Looking forward to recording the bass part this weekend, Gareth. Thanks for sending it over. Fun tune. And glad that Gareth enjoyed the Zoom. Right. Okay, so we just see, would you consider discussing scenarios and strategies when dealing with audio by which you might use quantize versus hit points / audio warp? So a lot of times when we're dealing with, if it's, especially with getting into more audio capabilities, let's say if I just wanted to, right, and I'll revert this. Okay, so a lot of times, stuff could be, intricately linked. So a lot of times we could come over here, we could have, if we have audio, audio warp activated here in the quantize panel, and I wanted to make this into more eighth note triplet quantization, and then I have that event selected and hit Q. So we'll look at the events here. That will shift the audio. Now, if we wanted to shift the audio kind of based on very specific portions or timelines, like if one note was a little out, we could double click here and go to the audio warp. And what we could do now is enable free warp. And if I just need to move like one little note earlier or later, we could do that. So, but if I wanted to kind of globally change the feel and not just for like one specific area, that's probably when I would use hit points and then take those hit points and create warp markers. So now I could kind of quantize, and if I go to audio warp, I could kind of do all of these set up without having to manually put in warp markers. So if I'm just doing like one little thing, I may just free warp. If not, if it was kind of changing maybe, 50 measures of a guitar part, I may just simply do it from hit points, and at that point, so I could just do kind of multiple events quickly. Okay. Okay, so we see from the Monk Beats question in Groove Agent, if I want to tweak the pan message parameter from the MIDI track, how to affect only one sound / pad and not all, for example, only hi-hat and not snare. So I don't think that Groove Agent is set up to do like VST 3.5 multi-panning. So, generally panning in Groove Agent is going to be the same for everything on the same MIDI channel. So you may want to consider, doing the panning internally. This won't be like MIDI CC data, but if we look at it, here's, let's say if I'm playing a pattern, let's say in Beat Agent. And I wanted to take the so let's say if I want to take the clap here, you consider automating kind of the You know, so if you wanted to just kind of, let me just find, let's say the hi-hat, you know, at this point, you could just automate within the plugin, but if you're just putting in, you know, generic MIDI CC10 for panning information, all of the sounds within Groove Agent, you know, per the MIDI specification will follow that panning. So if you need to individual panning, try to do it within the instrument itself, and then you can have independent panning. All right, so we see a question from Jay. Hello, I'm using an i5 6600K, 12 gigabytes RAM, Windows 10 Pro Halion 6 has an error. When using Anima, the wavetable doesn't display correctly and cuts the wavetable in 3D. Anyone else that can help, please? So, you know, some of the, you know, if you let us know kind of like what, you know, where your CPU is, because, you know, an i5, I don't know which generation of i5 that is, but having 12 gig of RAM, you know, could be problematic for running a lot of Anima patches, because that could be a pretty intensive synthesizer portion. So let's say, or a way to set Anima to display wavetable in 2D by default. So let's go ahead and take a quick look at it so people can have reference. All right, so we go to our macro view here. You know, we could see, and this is obviously could be, you know, CPU intensive, just being, you know, but if you just click on the 3D tab here, you know, we can see kind of like the waveform here that we're using for the wavetable, but you could also just click on the 3D tab and kind of switch it to an oscilloscope view. So try just clicking there if you wanted to get rid of the 3D view and see if that can help with your performance. See what will be the most important feature in Cubase 12. So, you know, everyone's different features are important for different people. You know, I think the one that will have the most impact is kind of new licensing system. So I think it'll be, there's a lot of really exciting things going on with that, but there's lots of wonderful features I'm sure that the development and planning teams are working on. We see Sable Winters is paging Michael Teams. I guess we all want our Friday ice cream, so. All right, so we have a question. Hi, Greg. Is it possible to set an aggregate audio device setup using the audio MIDI setup on Mac as the ASIO driver in Cubase? I tried doing that, but none of the instruments will respond. So what you have to do is, yeah, so it works. So when we go over here, so an aggregate device is part of the Mac OS where you could kind of cascade multiple audio interfaces. But what you need to do is under the audio system, like I have my Steinberg UR24C, you would just set this to aggregate device. Now, once you have it set to aggregate device, you may have to, so whatever devices that you have, it may change the order. So when you go into your audio connections, now that you would see all of the different options. I don't think I have an aggregate setup, but all the different options. So it could be that your instruments are being routed by default, or once you switch it to an aggregate device, that you need to reestablish the outputs for the audio interface again and to define them, because it's seeing it as a new audio interface. But you could definitely use aggregate devices inside of Cubase, but realize that it will compound latency of all the audio interfaces, so it's kind of a bummer. Okay, so we just see a question. On some of my project, I have different colors palettes, but I've never found a way to change the color palette. So if you just come to your project menu and go to the project colors setup, you'll see a color set, but there will be different presets and options. So you can say, I think by default, it may give you 16 colors, but you could do it directly there. So the project, each project is where kind of the project colors are going to be stored. So sometimes if you pass on a project, or you receive a project and it had different colors, those colors would automatically translate. But you could just come right over here to the project color setup and go to presets, and if you needed to actually modify them, you could just double click and add more color presets. All right. So Sable is saying the zoom was legendary. Hit the thumbs up. Yeah. And if you have learned a new tip or trick, do make sure that you hit the thumbs up, and that enables us to continue to do these live streams and let your friends know about them as well. All right, so we see Kaiwen Franklin on the live stream. Gareth is saying it's time to play Whack-A-Like. So that's good, but make sure you do it in odd number of times. Otherwise, your like gets canceled out. Okay, my chat field jumped on me. Sorry for trying to find my spot. Okay. All right, so we have Sergo checking in from St. Petersburg. Thanks for joining. All right, so you see from Gareth just asking me if I wanted to bassify the new Hot Mess track, so I should be able to get to it over the weekend, so looking forward to doing it. All right, so we just see a question. Any chance we might see MIDI send for instrument tracks in Cubase 12? So, I can't really comment on future stuff, but I'll make sure that it gets passed along. So thanks for that, Millard. All right, and we have Guy Nils from Tel Aviv. Thanks for joining us. It's always great seeing people from all over the world on the live streams. So we just see question. Hello, is there a way to resize Amplitube in Cubase 11 Pro? When I open it up, it cuts the side of the window off. So generally it's up to the individual plugin developer. If the plugin interface is resizable, so you may have to increase the screen resolution of your computer, and Cubase will do that, and that may give you more resources, but it's not up to the host program if the plugins are resizable. It's up to the plugin developer if it's designed that way. So you may want to check with IK Multimedia. Okay, so we see from a question from Ed Rugman. Thanks for joining us today. I'm struggling to see markers when they run down behind events across the whole project. The line becomes almost invisible behind events. I know you could change the opacity, but is there another way? Okay, so I think this is when I'll just put some markers in. We'll do it on this project here quickly. So I think I understand what's going on. Okay, so let's say as I'm doing this, I'll just be dropping in different markers here. Okay, so now I think when we go to I forgot where this was exactly. Let me just take a look. Sorry, just having my brain cramp moment here. Yeah, I could take a look, but if you could send me just a brain cramp, sorry about that, email reminder on how to get the markers to show all the way through the, so I think the question is the markers are showing through the project window, so they could kind of show. So I think, one thing you could try is to, maybe make the markers like more yellow. So if we look at this part, let me just, so we could see kind of the markers going through. And let me just see. So we could kind of see the markers there, but it could be a little subtle. But sometimes having, different colors for the marker track may help. So sorry about that. So as you can see here, the markers are kind of going through. Okay, so we see I am able to create compositions with the Boss RS500 looper, but it doesn't work in DAW software. What's wrong with me? So, a lot of times, I'm not sure if you're wanting to incorporate the looper into Cubase, but, a lot of times those are kind of running on their own internal clock and they're not necessarily synchronizing. So let me know if it's, so a lot of those don't necessarily, they have kind of like their own internal timeline and don't sync to a linear timeline because it's kind of in a cycle mode. So, but, let me know if that's what you mean of integrating that, or if it's, you have a hard time conceptually creating small compositions in Cubase. All right, so we have Pascal checking in from Holland, and he likes the show, so thanks for joining, being a part of the community. Okay, just reading through more questions. All right, so we just see, hey, Greg, could you talk us through how, when I've played a melody with an instrument, how Cubase can detect which key it's in? There's always quite a few bit of options. How is the order of those decided? All right, so let's just do switch projects here. Okay, so let's say if I'm check my audio connections again here. All right, sorry about that. All right, so let's say if I just kind of played a melody here. Okay, so I've recorded that, and let's say at this point, if I try to have Cubase detect the chords, all right, so there it didn't really necessarily detect the scale from just a melody part. So, so it's hard to know, which, if you're playing chords, the chords can be easily detected for the key. But sometimes, within the melody, so we may also, let's take a look, see, okay, if I have this, we'll go to the scale assistant. And let's go to the scale suggestions here. So when we go to the scale assistant, go to the scale suggestions. And at that point, like I did play it in the key of F, so it could determine directly there. So, and these could be modal. So, a lot of times, we can think of a C major scale has the same notes as an A minor scale. So, you have, different modes. So we can see that probably the most obvious will be determined right there from the scale assistant for a melodic, for just a melody part. So, I would, unless you were going specifically for mode, probably choose major or minor, and you'd probably be in good shape. All right, so we have Ash Rebel Hen Studios, I think from Australia, joining us. Thanks for joining. And we see Mark Rabins on the live stream. All right, so we see how to create chords track from MIDI. Okay, so we'll come over here. Let's open up project. Okay, so let's say I have kind of just a piano part here. So what I could do is select the event and say I have a chord track but no chords. Go to the project menu to chord track and choose create chord symbols. And then that will populate the chord track based on the notes from the MIDI, just like that. Okay, so we have a question. Last Hangout, you showed how to open a 44.1K project and open in 48K and not have Cubase speed up the project. However, the pitch changes when exporting. What am I doing wrong here? All right, so we'll just kind of do this process again. Okay, so let's say this is our audio file here. Okay, and currently my project, I think we're maybe at 44.1, but I'll go to my project setup under project menu to project setup. And we're going to say 44, and we want this to be 48K. So we listen to the pitch of it. So now what I want to do is just to go to the project setup again. And I'm going to choose 48K. All right, so it says, do you want to convert the sample rate of clips in musical mode? Note that converting them will not affect playback. So we'll just say, we'll convert. Do you want to keep audio events at their sample positions? And here we'll say no. So now as we play back, same pitch. And let's say if I'll export this to 48K. So we'll make this 48K wave file. And we will create a new audio track. All right, and I will not have it record enabled. Sorry about that. So once again, 48K wave file. So now we play back. They're both at the same pitch. So no problems there. So yeah, so try to follow those steps and you could maybe watch it again, but I just, again, change it from the project setup. All right, we see JVI in the live stream. Okay, so we see from Sergo, I'm wondering if I had a task to create music for a short film, did that motivate me to spend more time in Cubase and not give up what I started? So, in many discussions with composers, I think the one thing that's always gotten them to, the one common theme you always hear is, if they didn't have a deadline and someone hounding them, they would never finish. So. All right, so we have Rob checking in from Montreal. And I just see maybe another comment from Ash Rebel Hen Studios. Some audio interfaces will automatically switch the sample rate. But some audio interfaces you may have to, especially if they're clocking externally, if you do a sample rate change and the audio interface is still at the old sample rate, that could also cause some issues. So, some audio interfaces will freely switch sample rates like my UR24C, and other audio interfaces you may have to physically go in through like the control panel and switch. Some audio interfaces don't like to switch sample rates once the program's been started. So if you have an external clock that you're using, make sure that you may have to physically switch the sample rate in your audio interface as well. All right, so just see a question. Hi, how do you have a lot more color than me in the color palette? It's just, I get more colors because I work for the company. No, I'm just kidding. All right, so if you wanted to add more colors, just go to your project color setup, go to presets here, and you could say I wanted to do 32 and 4 color tints for the 32, and then you could just simply come right there, and then you could have 128 colors available for you to use. Okay, so we just see from Sergo says, and why are my tracks so quiet all the time? I can't understand. One thing you're doing, to be aware of is, if you're using, let's say you have your mix console here and you have your stereo out, a lot of people end up using the stereo out as a kind of a monitoring volume. So let's say if I'm using this, I have my speakers turned up really loud and I have my master fader down, that if I wanted to, do my export, this would automatically drop the volume down minus 16 dB because of where like the master fader is set. So make sure that your master fader is, close to 0, and try to set your gain structure like that. And that, and that's kind of one of the intentions of the control room, is that we could increase and adjust your monitoring volume level without affecting the gain structure of the mix. So if your mix downs or your files are coming out really not very strong sounding, try that. All right, so Mark Rabin is saying jump up and down on that like button. So I just see a question. Hi, Greg. Will there be any more updates to Cubase 11 before 12 is out? I haven't heard of any, but a lot of times I don't hear of them before they come out. Sometimes if there's an immediate need, they might do something. And generally, in Steinberg's history, there will always be, like, as a new version is released, there will be a maintenance release that kind of fixes a lot of small things that will be released like around the new version. So I'm not sure if that will come out before 12 or after 12. So, but I know the development team's working hard to get a great new version out. All right, so we just see Jay from Connecticut. This is great to have you on the Zoom meetup. Last week you said people with more current release licenses can access earlier releases, but can Pro or Nuendo license access Elements version? I didn't think that it could, but I learned on a live stream maybe a couple months ago that I believe that the Cubase Pro license will open Cubase elements. I didn't think that it would, but someone mentioned that it worked, and I kind of tested on my system and noticed that it seemed to work. All right, so we just see a question. Will old projects from Nuendo import to Cubase 11? Is that possible? I think you said yes. So, basically we have a .cpr extension for Cubase, a .npr, and they can just simply they're pretty interchangeable. So when you get to open, you may have to select files of type, but if I want it to come, let's see if I come here, and we have, NPR files, I can freely open those. So, but on a Windows platform, depending on your operating system, you may have to switch files type to say, open, show.cpr and .npr files, but the files are freely interchangeable. All right, we have a question from Giuseppe. Hi, if I now upgrade from 10.5 to 11, am I still eligible for free update to 12? Yes. So, and I think you could even take advantage of the Cyber Weeks promo. Okay, so we just see, are the advanced sample editor settings only available on Cubase Artist and higher, or do I have to enable them? So, there are a lot more sample editing functions like the Very Audio, and, more hit point functionality in Artist and higher. So it's not a matter of them being turned off in your version. It's just, the more advanced features are going to be in the more advanced versions to match. All right, so we see how to amplify between different instruments so that you could hear them all without clipping. So it could really depend on, the project. Obviously, can have, and how it was recorded can make a kind of like a big difference. But let me just revert this. And even people that, I have friends that get, tens of thousands of dollars a day for mixing, and they're still, learn every single day, how to do it. But, one of the things is it's not necessarily, a lot of times, people, as you're using EQ, think of taking EQ frequencies away. So a lot of people tend to always add. And then even on this track here, notice that the levels aren't incredibly hot, but they sound fine and they work in the mix. So if you look at the drum levels, aren't super hot, and as you add more tracks, make sure that you don't have stuff that's kind of clashing, frequencies, because if you have two guitar parts or guitar and keys or two different loops or two different synths that are kind of, and I've kind of mentioned this before, if we come over here, when I do a lot of mix, I try to almost imagine, let's say, think of our different frequencies in a mix as being, we need lows, low mids, high mids, and high frequencies. And we need a balance between those. So if you have like 4 instruments that are fighting for this frequency range, change the arrangement, change the EQ to maybe subtract frequencies from some of the different sources. And then you could kind of bring it up without it really clashing. Nick is sneaking off to make virtual coffee. Unfair, but I'm glad that you apologized for it. So enjoy. Okay, so we see a question. Setup download list have all kinds of parts. Are these all included with Cubase 11 Pro? So we'll come over here to the download assistant. So there's a lot of different components of Cubase, and it used to all come in one monster download, and that got to be problematic for people that had slow internet connections, or people that maybe didn't want everything installed, but only like maybe the core application, like colleges. So when we click on like the Cubase Pro 11, everything that you see here is included with your Cubase 11 license. You could just kind of install it modularly. So everything that so if I go to my Cubase Artist 11, these are the things that are included with Artist. These are all the things included with Cubase Pro. All right. So we see from Sergo, you watch many music question. You watch many music bloggers. They create tracks so easily, right on the lute. They just write the sounds they like, mix them and mix them. Where is this taught? So a lot of times it's going to be just experience. And, there's probably a lot of music bloggers that maybe, you didn't see the whole process, and maybe it's kind of more like a cooking show, where it's like, oh, we mix this together, put this together, and we pull it out of the oven, and it's all done. So there could be a lot of stuff when people are creating content that's kind of very prepackaged as well. But a lot of times, I've seen a lot of people that this is when I'm doing this, they've developed their go-to sound, so they're not constant. I want to use this type of kick. Oh, I have a kick that does that. I need a piano sound that does this, or I need a bass that does that. Fills this particular purpose, and you kind of get to know your tools well. So, it doesn't really matter, it's not necessarily, it's kind of knowing what you have can make a big difference in speeding up. And, sometimes the paralysis of a production could be, someone wading through 3,000 Fender Rhodes patches looking for just the right one, and other people are just like, throw this Rhodes up, I know it works, it worked in a previous project. And you just kind of get faster and make those decisions quicker over time and with experience. So which there is an easier answer for that. All right. So we just see a question. This is directed to Jazz Dude, but I'll see if I can answer. It says you mentioned a few streams back, springs and plates reverbs free for Cubase. I've not been able to locate it. Is that now an 11 automatically? So there's going to be impulse responses, Mark. So when we go to add an effects channel track, and you could open these up within Reverence, but I think it was in 10.5 or 10. That when you go through the different presets here, that there's going to be a lot of plates that will be included. So there's a significant amount of different plates that have been kind of activated here. So we can say, okay, I want it to go to this plate reverb. So, these have been, and these are really high quality impulse responses of plates. So look inside the reference, and there will be other ones that will be kind of labeled as plates as well. All right, so we see this question from Jan. It says, and this is going back to Soren's MIDI overlap question with MIDI wave. I agree. Play off MIDI versus wave. Why does Cubase play all wave overlaps, even in takes and layers played? So it's just kind of how Cubase is done. Instead of like being able to comp parts, that you just kind of it's almost in delete overlaps mode. So I can see if I can get a clarification on if there's a particular reason for that, if it's a technical limitation on kind of iOS or Android, but that's kind of just how the Cubase is designed to work. But I'll see if I get more of a clarification. Okay, so we just see Giuseppe just saying, I have a question about movie exporting. So, if you have a project and you wanted to export, and maybe this will show up a little later, but, if you just do, export video, that will take all of the audio and the video. And even if the video was maybe, before and after, and you're only exporting just a portion of it, it will not export the before and after of the video. But we'll see if the question kind of sneaks up here a little bit later. All right, so we just see a question from Jason. Says, I just asked this in the Cubase group, but I'm curious, will 12 have Dolby Atmos support? So generally, we don't discuss any of the features that will be coming in future versions ahead of time, but they have announced the new license management system, and they have also announced, M1 native processing support for the Mac, for the Apple M1 chips. So, but we'll just have to wait until Cubase 12 is released. And if I did know, I would probably be under a non-disclosure agreement, and they know I talk to lots of people every week. All right, so we have Lawrence checking in from Rhode Island. Great to see you. Thanks for being a part of the live stream today. All right, so we see a question. A lot of companies give discounts on hardware if you already owned a previous hardware. Example, I own two UR44s that would become obsolete if I upgrade to a UR44C. Does Steinberg have any plans for this? So a lot of times, I would say that a hardware upgrade like that or discount is pretty rare. Like I remember some of them doing it like in, the 90s, and late 90s, that would happen sometimes. So I wouldn't anticipate that happening. Especially, because you know, I know Yamaha and Steinberg are working really hard just because of parts, you know, shortages and, you know, significant increases in, you know, freight, you know, going, you know, in ocean freight and components. And, you know, one of the big companies that did a lot of audio interface components, you know, there's, you know, had, you know, the whole factory was burned down. So there's a lot of stuff with audio interfaces, why they're not as, you know, plentiful as they were in the past. They're just kind of out of our control. So I wouldn't anticipate that. And I don't see other companies or, you know, think of other companies doing that as commonly as with software. But I'll pass it along. All right, so we have a question. Do you both have to have Cubase in order to use VST Connect? So the person recording needs Cubase, but the other person just runs, you know, if so the answer is no, but the other person just needs to run the Steinberg, like there's a program and it's a free download for Mac or PC, and I think it's $5 for iOS, but they would just get the VST Connect Performer software. And then at that point, whoever you're recording, they don't have to be a Cubase user. They get VST Connect and you kind of sign up. And at that point, you could just simply record them in. So only the person that is recording the musician, like kind of the studio part, needs it. And the person that's being recorded just needs VST Connect Performer. Okay, reading through comments. See some discussion of Thomas Dolby. Okay, so we just see, sorry, my chat field just jumped. Try to get back. Thanks for all the great questions. And if you have learned something new, make sure that you do hit the like button. Okay. All right, so we just see question. I've looked at the videos, but still not sure what you could do with Immerse with VST Ambi decoder. Could you show us how you would use it? So I don't have a license for that, but you know, as you do the head tracking, you know, it's just kind of a more accurate way to have, you know, the, you know, as you do the binaural aspect and move your head around, it's a more accurate way to, you know, have that conveyed for mixing with the headphones in when you're trying to do like ambisonics mixing. Okay, so we just see a question. Greg, I have Cubase 10 Pro on Windows 10 Pro, and I want to connect my Korg Volca sampler to my Cubase Pro. So, you know, you can just connect it as, you know, to a MIDI. You know, I'm assuming that it probably has a USB connection. So you could just, you know, have the MIDI sequence, you know, have the MIDI data show up and be sent directly out to the Volca Pro. If you're anticipating, like, you know, being able to record directly into your Vocal Pro, you know, into the Korg and have it sample immediately into Cubase, it's, you know, I don't think that would happen. It's going to be more of a limitation of the Korg as well. But you could just simply connect it as in, you know, and sequence, send MIDI data from it, from Cubase right in, and then you could record it directly into Cubase as audio if you have it connected to your audio interface. All right, so we see how long has Anima been around? So Anima came in Halion 6, so I think it's been maybe 2 or 3 years that it's been around. Wonderful instrument. All right, we see Michael Teams. Sir Michael Teams is on a mission at the moment. He'll be back ASAP, according to Gareth, so that's good. We miss having him on. Everyone's looking forward to their ice cream. All right. So we see from Andy6358, evening, Greg. I make drum and bass. So the BPM is 174, but when I play a lot of my drums in the MediaBay, they play double speed. Is there a way to stop that so that they play the right tempo? So it could be that those loops, so let's say if I was just doing, loops here, so depending on the loop, like right now I'm at 100 beats a minute and it's going to preview there. So let's say I'm doing 174. So, it could be that the loops are, half the tempo of what you think. So it's really just playing back, previewing the loops. So let's say, just find, so that's playing at the right tempo, but if I played it, but if we play it kind of, so usually when I hear that, it's just that people are expecting it to, to automatically. So my guess is that it's playing the tempo of the loop that was, developed by the person that created the loop. So, and it may just, not fit musically with, at 174 BPM. Okay, so we just see, another Groove Agent question. Why is the halftime button sometimes grayed out when in pattern mode? All right, so a lot of times when we see this, let's come over here. I'll load up a different kit. So it could, it could be, it has the option to do that, but sometimes, when you get particular kits, like especially from third parties, it may not have like a half, it's obviously going to be a pattern that's going to be programmed in. So let's say if we're here, and we want to go to halftime. So not every pattern will have kind of like a halftime feel or a halftime mode. to it. So it's an option that's available. Not every person that's creating all the patterns chooses to do a halftime mode. So that's why you may see it in some and not in others. See a nice comment from Mark Rabin, just giving gratitude for my efforts. So we appreciate it. And I give gratitude for everyone that's, is a part of the community and attends the live streams. I think it's been a wonderful resource for people. All right, so we see, is there a possibility that you can quantize only the first note of a selected part of 16 bars or more? Okay, so... Okay, so let's say we have a number of bars here. Okay, so I think we could, within the MIDI logical editor, I know we could select let's see, position is equal to... Yeah, so I know we could select with inside the bar range, so what I was... Just seeing. So what I'm trying to do is to set it up where we could select only the first note and quantize only the first note in 16 bars. So I know if we do like the bar range, yeah, so I know we could do like, do it inside the bar range and say, okay, we're just going to do like, we could select the notes that fall on beat 1, but I don't think we could do it after, like for 16 measures, beat 1, but we could do beat 1 in each of the measures. You may be able to set up a macro, and I could play around with it over the weekend. It may take me a little while, but we could say maybe, step entry, move it over a 16th note, and then select notes before the cursor, and then go 16 bars over, select, and then have the different parts and then quantize. But by the time you do that, it may be faster just to kind of select, the notes here, just hold down shift and say, okay, every 16 bars and Q, and just kind of quantize the selected notes like that. Okay, so we see how to correct a track. I mean, put it on tempo track. So let's go back. Okay, we're doing great on time. Okay, so let's say I have okay, so let's say I have this. All right, so let's say I have my tempo track. So right now I'm going to take it and set these out of musical mode. So that's the original tempo. So let's say, so I'll come here, let's put this out of musical mode, and this is the original tempo. So let's say if I have this kind of copied here, that's the original tempo. And if I add a tempo track, I can now just kind of come over here. It's like, okay, now we can see that the tempo is speeding up, but it's not affecting the audio. So what you need to do with the audio is you could select the audio. If it has tempo information, which if it's recorded in Cubase will automatically be applied. And then you could just select the event and hit musical mode. So once you do this for musical mode, I can now, we'll come here, I'll make copies. So now whatever tempo that I just draw in, it will automatically just kind of follow. So I say, okay, let's come right here. Speed up and slow down. And so all you have to do is take the audio and place it into musical mode. Okay, so we just see hello question. Hello from Greece. Logical editor question. How can I copy CC settings from one track to others? Okay, so let me just go to a project here quickly. See if I can find one. This will work. Okay, so let's say if I wanted to come here and I had, let's say, modulation. And I wanted to copy that modulation to, let's say, from the bassoon to the oboe part. All right, so let's say our oboe part already has some modulation on it. Okay, so when I look at this modulation, I'll just make this really obvious, and we'll have this modulation go up and one go down. So when, you know, if you wanted to just come here, we could just select the range of data. So let's say I wanted to take that, I could just copy. And now when I go to this part, I'm just going to hit Alt or Option plus V, and that will paste at origin. And then we could just have the CC data just pasted. And in previous versions to 11, it could be a little messy because it would, if there was existing CC data, it would kind of interpolate and kind of merge the two together, which is kind of an odd choice. But in version 11 and higher, you could just copy and then just do like an Alt or Option V instead of like Command or Control V for paste. And you could paste at origin, and that same data would automatically be carried over so that when you double click on it, that the data will be identical and you could copy the CC data. So give that a try. But you could also copy, select all the CC data and then do a paste at origin if you needed to do like mod, expression, volume all together. All right, so we have Alexander from Moscow checking in. Thanks for joining the live stream today. Okay, so we see question, how can I change the symbol of a chord track? For example, I know that the first chord is C sharp, but the chord track shows it as D flat. How can I change how can I change it? Thanks. Okay, so let's come over here. I'm going to add a chord track. Okay, so we come here. I wanted to put it as C sharp. It shows as D flat. So you'll see just when you select it, you'll see enharmonic shift, and you could just say switch it to sharp right there. So you could just come right there and have it set to C sharp. So give that a try. So just select the chord event, and from the info line under enharmonic shift, just set it to sharp right there. Then your D flat will turn into the desired C sharp. All right, so we just see I have a question. I want to select the part in a project and quantize the first note. Okay. See if we could do this. Okay, so let's say I'll just come here, record something. Okay. All right, so say I just wanted to select only the first note of the event. Okay, so just seeing if there's a way to just select the very first note. So I'm just see if we could get this first note selected and then quantize. Okay. All right. So if you wanted to quantize only the very first note, okay, so let's say our quantize values here is set to quarter notes. Okay, so we could create a macro to do this. So let's say I'm going to save this preset to select first note. Okay, so again, we're going to say select type is equal to note last event less than event counter 2. So when we run this, that's going to select only the first note of the melody. So what we want to do now is go to our key commands. We're going to create a macro. So we'll go to show macros, make a new macro. So first thing I want to do is go to process logical preset. Select first note, click add, and then we want to just, then we'll go to the quantize category, and we could even just say here quantize to fourth note, like a quarter note. Hit select. Oh, I'm gonna say, sorry, quantize, and then we'll click add. So now if I come over here, I could just have that part selected, go to the macros, and we'll choose to quantize first note. And didn't work as expected, so let me just. All right, let me just see if I could. Okay, so I did it manually. It works. Let me just look at the macro one more time. Okay, and I'll try to macro one more time. Yep, so looks like I quantized everything. So I may have to tweak the macro, but do this as a logical editor preset. And then you could just hit Q. And then that should quantize just the first note. So give that a try. Sorry, it took a little while to get that figured out. Okay, so we see from Paul Claridge, I purchased the bass for Halion, and when I import MIDI bass patterns from the MediaBay, they trigger the action keys instead of the note keys. How do I get these patterns to work quickly? So usually when we look at the like the electric bass instrument, I assume it's going to be the electric bass here. You know, most of these will automatically play the range of the instruments, and the different key switches are out of the instrument range. So if for some reason, you know, there are bass sounds that will go below the natural range of a 5-string electric bass, so you may just have to, you know, take all of the notes and move them up an octave. So I would try transposing an octave, but these key switches are out of the range of the electric bass. So, and it could be that the MIDI file was, you know, not composed for the particular electric bass instrument, and it might be just kind of down an octave. So try transposing it up an octave, and I think that may do the trick. All right, you see comment from Gareth. I was just saying, I thought all the Christmas tunes would have been mixed in August. Yeah, it's always funny because there's when I'm in Nashville, usually kind of pre-COVID, you know, July is usually the time frame. So I'll, you know, be 106 degrees outside, and you go in someone's studio and they have everything decorated for Christmas because they're working on a Christmas record. So it's out in time for Cubase, or out in time for the holidays. So it's always kind of funny to see. I think it happened to me 3 times on one trip to Nashville. All right, so a question. Is it possible to tease a little bit about Cubase 12? Yeah, I can't really share any other information. I'm sure that there will be a lot of feature requests that people have been asking for, I'm sure. So, but I'm kind of under a non-disclosure agreement, so I'm probably the worst person to ask. All right. So I see from Ash Rebel Hen Studios, I followed those steps converting 44.1 to 48K. I might make a video question. Is that okay? So yeah, certainly send a video and send it along like you've done before. So it's always helpful. So look forward to getting it. Okay, so we have a question. How do you do parallel voice compression? Okay, so All right, so there's a couple of different approaches. You know, an easy one is just to kind of send a particular vocal track to 2 different group tracks, and we're going to process one differently than the other. So let's say we'll come over here to everyone's favorite project, the Beatles and Stones. So I'm going to take the lead vocal here. All right, so I'm going to add 2 group tracks. Okay, so right now we have our lead vocal. So what I want to do is we'll send it to group 3 and to group 4. And I'm just using aux sends for this. So I'll just actually show it here. All right, so now we're doing this. We're sending our vocal to one group and we're sending it to another group. And let's say this group, I really want to just squash, and I can do it in a plugin. I'll just do the channel strip. So let's say our standard compressor. So this will be like. So at this point, we're sending it to this group. And then if I wanted to just have like the squashed, and we kind of just blend those 2. So we can get kind of the dynamics from this one and the presence from this one. In this case, I could actually just bring kind of the level down a bit. So that's how you could do kind of like a parallel voice compression. Okay, so we have a question. How do you import a video to score to? Just getting into this type of production. So really all you have to do is go to File and go to Import Video File. And then once we're here, you could just choose the video file. So let's come over here to, I think I could probably have. And then at this point, you'll see a video file, and then, so it'll just show up in your timeline, and then you could just hit F8 and just kind of see the video right there. So once again, File, Import Video File. So we see a question from Michael Pierce. I know we don't have info on a new license system, but I wondered if the request for more than 2 licenses for peeps that work in pro environment has been passed on. Thank you. So yeah, it's definitely been passed on. And I don't think anything that's been announced with, you know, some of the details with license management system may evolve, you know, depending on people's wishes and workflows of what they've of, you know, what's been communicated and to market reaction as well. So, right. So Mark Rabin wants everyone to hit the like button. All right. So we have more music studios just saying hi. So thanks for being a part of the live stream. Okay, so we have a question. Just says, Okay, so we just see, Greg, question. What are the advantages might there be to use a control room for people with only one set of monitors? Thank you. Okay, so there's a couple of things that make it like really advantageous. One is just from a gain structure level. So let's say I'm looking at my mix here. And if I bring my, if we look at our master fader here, if I have one pair of monitors and I adjust this down because my monitors are loud, we actually we can see that the signal on our master bus decreases. So with the control room, we could also come right over here, and as we adjust our monitoring volume, it doesn't affect the gain structure of the mix. There's going to be different down mix presets. So if I wanted to fold it down to mono to make sure, or listen to it in stereo, we have the ability of working with different headphone mixes for different people. If I have my click track, I could adjust my click track volume. But something that's really interesting is this listen. So a lot of times, we see a lot of people use the S to solo a track. So, and that mutes everything. But we could also have what we call a listen dim. So we could say, okay, when I come here, now I could click on the L. And we could listen, and the other tracks just get dimmed down instead of being soloed. So this way I could hear this kind of in context. Something about that just sounds so wrong. And then if you have any kind of room correction software, something like, Sonar Works, I think is one that a lot of people use, or Dirac, I think is another one. You could place plugins here that will, basically, allow you to correct the room. But when we export the file, this is kind of a separate monitoring path. So, a lot of people have a room correction plugin and then they export the file, and kind of all of the EQ changes that kind of fix their room, the issues and anomalies and problems with their room, all get applied to the mixdown file. So we could have kind of a separate processing path for metering or for room calibration and correction plugins that could be run directly there. All right, so we see from Jay, I heard about this for something else and wondered if I may be missing it in Cubase/Nuendo. Is it possible to somehow drag audio clips into the chord track and have it reflect the song chords? So currently not. The only thing that really allows you to do that currently is with MIDI information. So. All right, so we just see, is there any way for Millard Brown to make the step designer not switch patterns from played notes? Okay, so let's come over here and I'll just add a quick synth part here. Okay, so, and if you're not familiar with this, it's one of the MIDI inserts. So we'll come over here to Step Designer. And let's open up quick So, I think, the intention is that as we would, play the MIDI note, that the different patterns are going to be triggered just as we hit different MIDI notes there. Let me just see if there's... Yeah, so I think, the intention is just that you would play back different and switch between different sequences as you play the MIDI notes here. But if you want to email me, Millard, I could kind of do some more research on it and see if there's any, maybe utilizing it with a MIDI loopback or something that might be able to help. So just see from Yak, just like, I wonder how much manpower went into Chord Track and other music maker stuff. Somewhat sad. So, it's interesting with Chord Tracks. There's obviously people maybe that, are looking for assistance with theory. But I see a lot of people that, have a profound sense of music theory, like, composers who will just kind of throw in parts in a chord track so they could try out, like, different chord progressions across, 700 tracks in their composition without having to do it all, one by one and, worry about different things. So, I think there's, it can be used on two different levels. So there's lots of people, that use it for, very complex things to, really speed up their workflow as well. Okay, reading through different comments. Thanks for all the great discussion. And again, if you learned something, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, make sure you do that. And I know we have a lot of new people today. And if you, learn something new, make sure you do hit the like button so we can continue to offer this as a service to our customers. All right, so we just see from Andy Lane says, can we put the sample browser to the left? So it's kind of fixed in the right zone currently, so if we wanted to do, kind of all of your different samples and loops and presets, that we could do it there. Some people I know will just kind of have their MediaBay, and will come here and, position their MediaBay to the left here, like so. And then, so if you really wanted to kind of go through different samples, you could just have kind of the MediaBay anchored to the left and be able to work with that. But currently it's kind of fixed on a right zone. But you could also just put on the left and save it with a workspace. All right, so we see, how do you change the bit depth of audio when you're exporting video? The default is 16-bit. I want to change it to 24-bit. So I think, the vast majority of video is actually going to be 16-bit, if not compressed. So it's kind of fixed at this moment, but there are a number of video utilities that you could put the 24-bit file and kind of marry that to the particular file. All right, so we see from JVI says control room added phones, but can't seem to get that to work. Must be something simple. This, one thing to check with, if you go to if it's the original UR44, you go to the studio and you'll see like a little audio hardware setup page, and my interface isn't configured that way, but you'll see. And it might show up under more options. You might see like audio hardware setup. And if you see that, go there and then you could, you'll see like the ability where you could change the routing on the two headphone outputs so that you could change what bus, what outputs are being sent there. All right, so we see, hi, can you show us how to mix Dolby Atmos by Nuendo? I'm considering spatial audio for Apple Music. Yeah, so it's kind of interesting seeing different engineers' response, listening to their mixes on Apple Music for Dolby, but let's go ahead and take a quick look. Thanks for all the great questions. All right, so we'll take just a kind of a quick look at this. So let's say, we're going to have our different tracks, and generally when doing this, we're going to mix it all to our main bed here. So, so what we want to do in your VST connections is basically to have everything going to like, your 714 is often what people are going to be using. And then, once you have, that kind of set up, you could see kind of the, your Atmos renderer here, but, just looking at the different tracks, if we wanted to just kind of look at these when we go to the particular channels, we can double click here and see, depending on the routing, where we could see kind of your spatial panning right there. So, and of course, Nuendo has the Dolby renderer right there. All right, so we just see from JVI, it says feature quest. It would be great to have the download assistant to be able to see exactly what products are are owned. I hope that's being worked on. So I think that as you kind of will be adding new products within the download assistant, as you put in your download access code, that will automatically be carried over. So that's, part of the new licensing system is also kind of going along with that. So I think it'll be improved as time moves on. Right. My chat field just jumped on me. I have lots of questions coming in my future here. Okay, so I just see from Thermonuclear War, Regroover plugin for auto separation of loops. So one of the things that you could do is, I'm not sure if that's a plugin or if you're looking for kind of separating loops. There's a couple ways of doing this already that exist in Cubase. So let's say if I go to like this drum loop here. So if I wanted to just drag that to the sampler track, I could click on the slice mode. And then once I've created this, let's say we have our sampler track, I can now just drag this little MIDI icon. I could just drag that pattern directly out. So as we play just this loop here, so if I wanted to, do variations of that, I could just come right over here, double click, and let's say I'll reverse this. And you could do similar things inside of Groove Agent as well. So now if I wanted just to regroove different loops, I could just do it with sampler track or Groove Agent. So you could do fun stuff like that, or kind of do very similar things inside of Groove Agent. So you could separate loops pretty easily. All right, so we have Gamera 21, just thanking us for the live streams. All right, so I just see a question. All of a sudden, Halion 6 dropped some sounds. What could it be, and how could I get them back? So let's see if we take a look at our Halion here. All right, so if you're missing kind of the libraries from here, It just had this happen to me where it was missing some of my Iconica patches on my personal computer. And what I did is I just went to the preferences, and if you're on Windows, go to the start menu and go to the like user settings. And what you want to do is go to the user settings data folder. On a Mac, you would come over here, and I'm just gonna hold down and go to the preferences. And then we'll scroll down. And once we do this, you'll see probably a preference for Halion 6. And what you could try is just to take these three files, like the media defaults, media factory defaults, and media offline 3, and move these to the desktop and then restart Halion, and those will be rebuilt. And so if you're missing some of the sounds, you could try that. You could also just go inside of the MediaBay. And once you're here, let me just bring this back to its former glory. But you could see like all of the different Halion libraries, and then just come right over here and try just to rescan the disk if you go to VST Sound, and that may bring him back as well. So we see, hello, do you have any recommendations how to learn to use Groove Agent from scratch? Some 101 video maybe? So I know I did like a number of Groove Agent videos that you could, would definitely benefit. So I think if you go to the Steinberg, if you go to youtube.com and go to the VST Instruments channel from Steinberg, that you could, there's a number of videos there as well. So we're seeing different hemispheres of your brain and how it relates to music. So see, Sergo's just saying, I want to do music production and not feel like I'm doing something wrong. I guess it's all of my ego's conflict. Yeah, just don't think about it. Just do it and do it fast. Make yourself do a track in 5 minutes, you know, come up with a beat in 2 minutes, and force yourself to do that and get, you know, that part of your head that's doubting yourself out. Okay, so we see, hello, Greg. How can I restore / retrieve tracks I accidentally lost? It happened when I renamed a recently recorded vocal track during a mix session. By using Control Z, I also lost another guitar track. So, you know, as long as the audio is recorded. So let's say, you know, if I come over here, let's just do a new project. And all right, so, you know, if I come here and I just record audio 1, and then, you know, as soon as, you know, let's say So we look at our pool window, we can see, okay, we have audio 01. Now, if I wanted to erase that, it's going to still be in the pool, but just in the trash. So, and if we wanted to take it from the trash to the audio folder, we can now drag and drop that back. So unless you specifically kind of went to the file level, you know, it's probably still accessible in the pool window, and then, you know, look in the trash folder, and then you could drag it to your audio folder. But generally, once the file's been recorded, unless you specifically go in through the operating system and erase the file, you know, even then it'll put it into like the trash bin or the recycling bin. You know, it's a multi-stage process to do it, but it may not show up here, but, you know, look in your trash in your pool window, and that's, again, found under the media menu. All right, so we have a question from Andy. Just, hi, Greg, can you show audio warp functions? Thanks. Sure, let's go ahead and take a quick look. Okay, so let's say, you know, if we double click, I'll just revert this. All right, hang on, I just had to send a quick message to my wife. Hang on. All right, sorry about that. Just had to coordinate school bus pickup. Okay, let's get back to where we were. Okay, so I think the question was on audio, how to use audio warp. All right, so when we could treat audio warp a couple different ways. One is when we double click, we could do this in the sample editor, and we could enable free warp. And here we could place like a warp marker, and then we can move the audio and edit it musically. So if something was a little bit off rhythmically, we could do that. Now, sometimes if I just wanted to move this, so that the whole audio file can move. So to kind of mitigate that, to get around that, we could go to the hit points, and we could take our hit points and we could adjust the sensitivity. And there's different ways that we could do this. We could do, intensity of the threshold as well. And then we could create warp markers from the hit points. So now when we do our audio warp and do free warping, at this point, we could move this without affecting every other component. So when I move one note, it doesn't affect every note before or after it. So it's really handy. And then if you wanted to quantize, I could now take this and say, okay, we want to quantize it to dotted eighth note, and then hit Q, and then it'll reposition the audio based on those warp markers. Okay, so we have another question from Andy. What is the fastest way to make bass, keys, all tracks follow the drum track tempo? Everything is audio, thanks. Okay, so let's say if we have a lot of our drums. Now, a lot of times what you could do, if they're, like playing two completely different tempos, what you could do is take, for the most part, as long as, the audio. So let's say if I want to take this, I'll take maybe my drum overheads. And then, one of the things you could do is just come over here and do a, if they're all kind of recorded, we'll go to the project menu and do a quick tempo detection. So let me just turn off musical mode for all these events here quickly. All right, so we can say that we're going to have our tempo detection here. And then what you could do is basically take, if they're like really, basically if they're in musical mode, they should automatically kind of follow once musical mode is enabled. Now, if you had like different takes and they're recorded at different tempos and it's kind of all over the map, timing wise, we could just kind of come over here, do a tempo detection. All right, and we'll say and we'll say this is going to be our downbeat. And then I'll do it on my signature track this time. That'll be helpful. All right. So, and if you wanted to, so if they're like really different at this point, you could select all of the files and go to the audio menu and choose to just do set definition from tempo. And then that will place them into musical mode. And then all of the different tracks will conform to the tempo. So most of the time, if they've all been recorded together, you could just put them in musical mode and all the tracks will kind of automatically follow. So that's really just a matter of coming over here and just saying, okay, I wanted to take all of these tracks and put them in musical mode. And then as I go to different tempos here, then you just kind of type the tempos in and it's automatically going to follow just like that. So,
All right, so we see Psycurdy just saying the answer I got to my question was very disappointing. Maybe spam the chat a little less. So if it's, so if you want to, I think if you can give some context, because, we'll do 100 questions going on, but if it's switching, the events, so you may just have to, if you wanted to just switch these events automatically if they're not next to each other, I mean, you may just have to manually move it. But if you could maybe, show me if you want to send me a screenshot of a project and say, this is what I want to accomplish, that could be useful. And you could email me that at clubcubase@steinberg.de, and we could go over it on Tuesday's live stream. Okay, so we have a question. Can you explain offline processing? So what offline processing is going to allow us to do is, instead of running plugins on particular audio files that take real-time CPU cycles. So let's say if I wanted to come here and I'll just revert this. So, if we're doing that across 1,000 tracks, that could take a lot of the processing power away from your CPU. But if I wanted to do an offline process, what I could do is apply plugins and different processes to a particular, to an audio file. So if I say, okay, like I have an older computer and it can't really run, the RevX Hall reverb plugin that I have, I could just come over now, and when I listen to it, it has rendered that plugin. Now you may go, oh, it's totally destroyed. Why would you want that? Maybe I want to adjust the mix. So I could make a change, and that will automatically change that. So it's quickly rendering the files with all of the settings. Now I could also come here and say, okay, just this portion, I want it to run through, I want it to reverse, or let's run it through a flanger. So, and this portion of the audio, I wanted it to reverse. So now when I listen to it, but the whole time it's now just playing back an audio file that's going through that processing. So those calculations don't have to go on in real time. And if you're dealing with thousands of tracks, you might have to, this is a good way of kind of like printing the effects to the audio file. But the beauty of this system is, I could open up this project, 10 years from now and say, oh, I just didn't like that flanger, and I just wanted to delete that one process, and we could delete that in kind of a non-linear fashion. Like say, okay, I wanted to get rid of the reverb, but keep the reverse. So those are some of the cool things you could do with offline processing. Okay, so we just see what is the best way to edit guitars, for example, for more progressive music. Use free warp and simply move it by hand, but I'm afraid it isn't precise enough. So, I mean, you could get down to the sample level when you're free warping your audio. So, as we come over here, so it will be, it's as precise as the audio is captured. So, I mean, you go down to 1/192,000th of a second. So, as you want it to come here, you know, you could zoom in, you know, down to the sample level and say, okay, I just want to move this ever so slightly over, you know, where the difference between, you know, here to here could be just, you know, a millisecond or a sample between them. So yeah, don't worry about resolution when doing warp editing. Okay, so we have a question. When using spectral layers as it comes with Cubase Pro, is there any way to optimize the voice extraction in respect to male or female voices, or is voice extraction just to be used as it is? So there isn't a male or female mode with it. So you know, it would be just the normal, you know, vocal extraction that comes with it. So. All right, so we see Jeff is just saying, I just learned something about adjusting the bleed when using the listen bus in a track. Definitely getting a thumbs up for me. That's great. Thanks for joining the live stream. Okay, so we see which stock plugins are best suited for vocal mixing. You know, the one thing that I would do if you're going to have, you know, maybe a vocal, and this isn't a vocal file, but if you come over, you know, to the MediaBay and you could go to presets and go to track presets to audio. You know, one of the things that you could do is often, you know, if you wanted to kind of get some of this stuff kind of figured out, you go to like lead vocal, and then there's a number of different lead vocal presets. And if you just drag these right over to the track, you can see that as we do this, I could just drag it to the track, that this will load up kind of all the EQs and inserts. But, you know, it's often kind of, you know, a little bit of reverb, a little delay, EQ, and a little compression. And any of the built-in ones will all work great for vocals. And, you know, you could kind of, as you work, you know, you can modify presets or just kind of start from scratch. But there's lots of vocal presets to work. So I want to see which ones he used here in the project. So probably the vocal one might have been the Beatles or Stones track. So I'll just open up that so you could see. Okay, so if I wanted to open up this particular track, we could come over here. So I just did a little bit of EQ. I have the reverence reverb, a little compression, and that's all that I have. So if you want to look at the compressor settings, just slight compression. And then we could look at and just a vocal plate at 2 seconds. So one of the plates that we referred to earlier. So that's what's going on in that. Okay, so it says, while managing my projects in the download assistance, I see complementary Immerse VST, Ambi-Decoder, and Sequel 3. Did these come free with Pro 11? So let's take a quick look. So there's complementary, like as in free, and complementary as in it complements or adds to the particular project. So I think it might be, you know, there's complement and complement. with I and E. So when we go to our Steinberg download assistants, these will complement or add capabilities to existing licenses and existing Steinberg, but they're not free. I think that's still, so when you come over here to the complementary products, these are ones, so they're not, I think if it's with an I instead of the either, that would mean it's free. But these would just kind of add functionality to Cubase products and Steinberg products. Okay, so I just see a question from Peter Brown. So what made me choose the Mac over Windows for your audio engineering? So in my studio, I run Windows. I run in Mac for work because I could run Mac and PC. But in my personal studio, I do everything on Windows. So hang on one second, my son is knocking. All right, so we see Jeff just saying, I came here to get some advanced Cubase tips, but I'm getting production tips as well, so that's great. All right, John Costigan wants one more like. All right, so we have Divine Divinity checking in from Stockholm. All right, so I see that we had already hit 100 likes. That's great. Thank you, everyone. All right, so we see, hi Greg, automating volume question. How do I automate it so that it will dynamically follow the fader when it changes? Okay, so let's say if I have, I'll just go to the fader here. So let's say if I wanted to automate my vocal here, so let's say as we're playing. All right. Destroyed something. It's such a nice song. I don't want to do that. So let me just. All right. So let's say if we want to have it follow the fader when it moves. We played our records into the night. All right. So, if we have our fader here, so I have this selected and I have automation going on. All right, so if I, want to play that automation back, I'm not sure, just in case I'm misunderstanding a question. So now that I have read, so it will keep its level, but when I enable read, then everything I just recorded will play back. So that way, it's it is dynamically following the fader when it changes. But just make sure that you have read enabled, but let me know if I'm misunderstanding the question. Okay, so just seeing, so I use tempo track with constant slight varying tempo changes. Well, I'm not a robot. All right, that's fine. And turning on musical mode after the event has been rendered can cause the rendered event to get out of sync at its original location. So let's go ahead and give this a try. Okay, so I will come over here and let's just put in some different tempo changes. Okay, so now that we've done this, we have this part in musical mode. So as we have our tempo changes, and I'll switch the algorithm here so it's not on tape. All right. And I'll just start this first one slower so it's more obvious. Okay, so let's say if I will render in place. So I will just come over here to the render settings. Let's make it dry. Okay, so now when we do this, okay, so, you know, sometimes if it's rendered, you may still just have to, like after, you know, so you may have to do just a quick, you know, you could place it into musical mode. And then, so as I come here, let's say I take off the tempo track. So we'll bypass the tempo track. And, you know, since it's in musical mode, it seems like it's still kind of in sync without any timing problems. So say 100 beats a minute. So it seems to be kind of working as expected, but you know, it could depend on how you're rendering as well. If you're doing render in place or other. All right, so I see UR44 or 44C or another interface not being UR22, UR22C, UR22 Mark II. Preamps are the same or better. So the C, you know, so like the URC preamps will be different, more contemporary and higher resolution converters. The UR44, UR22 Mark II, and UR22 would have the same converters and mic preamps. All right, so we see a question from Sable. Download assist follow-up. My products only shows Cubase Pro 11. I'm missing WaveLab Elements 10. Also in Sounds and Loops, I want to buy Funky Guitar, but lists 1 and 2. So it's multi-pack. So let's take a look. All right, so let's look for our Sounds and Loops. So let me just make sure that it looks. I'll just look at the Steinberg website and we'll see if we could see if there's 2 different SKUs for it. Okay, so we have, yeah, so it looks like Funky Guitar 1 and Funky Guitar 2 are 2 different content packs, Sable. Sorry, it took me a while to find that. Okay, reading through comments. Thanks for all the great questions. See Michael Pierce just saying offline processing has gotten so much better in recent versions. Yeah, it's a great feature. All right, so we have Charles K on the chat, so thanks for joining. And we have Grant Nicholas. Wonderful to see Grant on the live stream. Okay, reading through more comments here. So I'm slowly catching up, I think. So we're doing on time. All right. So I see from Divine Divinity, it's about the automation question. So let's say if we come here, and the clarification is, I guess I mean, if I change the overall general volume, how will automation follow? You know, so if you want it to, you know, have the automation here, so, you know, let's say, you know, there's different gain structure ways. So, you know, if I come here, I could adjust the volume kind of pre-fader. So that's before the automation there. If I have a lot of automation going on, and I find that I want to take, you know, a number of different tracks, one of the things that you could also do is assign this existing to a VCA fader. And now as you adjust kind of the VCA fader, we could maintain. So let's say, okay, I needed to adjust this. So this will work in conjunction with the existing automation and raise and lower it as needed. And then if we want it to come over here, let's say into our mix console, so we see kind of like, let's say my VCA fader, I'll just drop this so we could, for demonstration purposes, but I could now at this point just say combine the automation of the VCA and with the effect that it has on the automation track. So we could attenuate the volume without affecting a gain structure going to mixes, gain structure going to effects as well. So we have a question from Sable on Sounds and Loops. Why and how would a vocalist apply vocal sounds in soulful pop or urban pop? You know, I think if you're asking like why would there be vocal samples in there, you know, so a lot of times there may be like cool little, you know, very vibey kind of, you know, vocal parts that, you know, people could use to sweeten tracks with that. Not everyone can sing like Sable does, so. All right, so we have Chip checking in from Albuquerque. Says now we got 4 mono/stereo Q sends. Can we have more sends, like up to 8 mono at least? You know, so the Q sends are still fixed at 4 stereo, but you could also have a 5th one, which would be the actual control room. If you do need more than 5, you could send out to, you know, using the, you know, aux sends as well. So if you use the sends, you could do that. But I'll mention it again, I've asked for additional Q mixes as well over the years. All right, so we just we covered this a little earlier. Is there a way to auto color tracks inside a folder? I'm sorry. Is there a way to auto color all tracks inside a folder to its folder color automatically without having to colorize each track individually? So you don't have to necessarily colorize each one individually. So let's say if I am here. I have a folder track color. So let's say my folder track color is green, And now I could just take all of the tracks within the folder here, select them, and I could choose green. So I'll have those tracks selected. I won't do an event like I just did accidentally. So I don't have to do them individually. I could just come here and do all of the tracks to the same color as well. So you could colorize it pretty easily that way. See some discussion on marketing. I think one thing I just want to mention, everyone check out the Pinar Toprak video that Steinberg just posted. We did a spotlight video with Pinar. I think it's really insightful. Go check that out. All right, I know we had a couple questions. I want to get to some of those. Thanks for all the great questions from everyone. Okay, so someone wanted to see kind of like an overview of the ModMachine plugin, like just a little overview of it. So let me just...
Remember me.
Okay, so if you haven't really kind of played around with this one, this is kind of a like a filtered delay. So if you wanted to come over here and kind of do very interesting things with this, so let's go take a look at. So we'll just pull up a quick preset. So let's say, okay, now I just wanted to do this. So we could have our delays kind of automatically synchronized to tempo. And what we could have is kind of an LFO that could kind of just do different filters on the delay itself. And we could have different distortions.
Remember me.
So this way we could say, okay, I just want to take the delay chain. If I wanted to take the delay chain and add distortion as for each of the feedbacks.
Remember me.
So let's come over here and make it a quarter note delay. I'll add more feedback and
Remember me.
but at this point we could choose to, you know, take different frequencies. We could set our frequency range and set this to like an LFO so that we could take the output here, or we could kind of infinitely feed a loop.
Remember me.
If you wanted to, and you could choose also to have low pass or high pass. So we could say, okay, if we wanted this just to be like a band pass filter.
Remember me.
But let's say now we wanted this to
Remember me.
just be kind of like a high pass filter.
Remember me.
So, you know, this allows you to kind of sculpt the different delay sounds pretty easily with that. All right, so we had our question. I've seen you used a range tool many times as a Swiss knife. Can you show the range tool in many more modes for MIDI, direct processing, insert bars, using silence, etc.? All right, so let's go take a quick look. All right, so this is kind of an underutilized tool that a lot of people just kind of don't take advantage of. So, there's a combined selection and range tool mode. So if we're at the bottom, we could have it function as a selection tool to move an event. If we're at the top, we can select a range. So if I just wanted to come over there and move a particular range, if I wanted to select a range and then hit delete, I could delete that without having to cut. If I wanted to apply offline processing to a particular range of events, so if I say, okay, I just want this particular note here to do a reverse, I could just come right over here. Let's hit F7 and say, now that I have that range, let's just reverse just that one particular note. So as we play, I'll just do kind of a bigger reverse here. So as we would play, so, any parts I could just kind of come, directly here and, just select not the events themselves, but the range of the events so that we could move these anywhere in the project that we see fit. But we could also do some other tricks like, okay, let's say I just want to get rid of this. If you hold down Command Option Shift, I think Command Shift S or Control Shift S, we just get the but now if you go here to the edit to the range, I could just say let's like Command Shift X, and then whatever range that I have selected, we can get I could just get rid of like an entire area. Or if I wanted to say I need to put, this amount of free space, like we needed to add another verse, I could go to the edit and go to the range tool and just come over here and just say, okay, I just wanted to insert silence. And then that will just add the space. Or if I wanted to get rid of everything outside of this range, like maybe it's a concert, and I only wanted this one take, I could go to my edit to range, and then we could just select crop, and that will kind of get rid of everything else that was outside of that particular range that was connected. So those are some great little things that you do with the range tool. All right, so we had another question. Is there a way to freeze all of the tracks at once? Maybe a macro. You could just come over here and instead of freezing, so we could freeze single tracks or events, but you could really just come over here and just do if you go to the edit menu and just do a render in place. So here you're going to have a lot more flexibility with where the files are stored, what is done with the original files. If you wanted them muted, if you have tracks selected, you could have the tracks disabled. You have different processing options. You could have it be separate events, block events, or as one contiguous event. You could add reverb, like, you could add tails in seconds or in BPM, or, just come over here. What format do you want it to be? So if you really find yourself wanting to do multiple freeze, just use render in place. It's really better for most things. All right, so those are questions. Let's jump back to our live discussion and see how we're doing on time. We've got just a couple minutes left. I want to thank everyone for all of the wonderful questions that have been asked. We'll get a couple more questions done. All right, so we see, is there an offline processing management hub where you have the ability to get an overview of all the offline processing? So it's really going to be like on the event itself. So if you have the event selected and you hit F7,
you would see any of the offline processes. So let's say, okay, I wanted to invert the phase on this one. And when I come over here, I wanted to reverse that. So now as soon as I select the event, I would see, all of the offline processing. So we could think of it as kind of, what has been done to the event as opposed to at the project level, because you may use that audio file in a different project and you may need that to carry over. Okay. Okay, so we see Michael Pierce checking out. So have a wonderful weekend, Michael. So we see I have, how does crossgrade work? I have RX8. So you need to show proof of ownership. It could be, I think, even a screenshot, and then you could get a discount on certain products. All right, so we see Jeff Zabelski has joined us. We missed you earlier in the live stream, Jeff, so glad to see you here. All right. So I think I may have gotten to the end, and I think we are over. So I want to thank everyone, and we will see everyone on Tuesday's live stream. And again, send questions in advance. And if you get a chance, check out the Steinberg Spotlight with Pinar Toprak. It's a really great interview. She's very inspiring. So if you get a moment, watch that Steinberg Spotlight video. Hope everyone has a great weekend, and we'll see you on Tuesday. Bye. So I think I may have gotten to the end, and I think we are over.